How many wildlife species are there in our state? Well, the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency counts more than 1,300. From salamanders and songbirds to bass and black bears, the TWRA has the responsibility of managing all these species. So the next time you purchase a license to hunt or fish, rest assured, you are investing in programs that support all wildlife. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we've got a special turkey show for you. We'll start off with Tennessee's governor goes turkey hunting.
I'm shaking.
You couldn't have scripted a better walk-up.
And we'll finish off with the hunt with Dale Outdoors.
Oh, yeah. I called it down there on the ridge over on when we was coming to him. I said, I bet he's got some good hooks. He ain't no 2-year-old.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
Yeah, they all came down. I think there's one on the ground. I'm just gonna keep making sure we don't get back toward it. They must just be sitting over there, because the toms aren't moving. I don't see the hens. They must have gone. He's inside.
I was waiting for him to get closer, but then I think he must have seen us. I blew that.
I see him.
You called him right in.
Patience paid off.
I'm shaking.
You couldn't have scripted a better walk up.
Because I thought I blew it earlier in the morning when I didn't get that smaller one.
What a beautiful.
What a what?
They gobbled right up to the decoys.
That was awesome.
There's
son.
that other Tom.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. We're very privileged and grateful to live in such a beautiful state with abundant natural resources and wildlife. And I hope you get out and enjoy the outdoors as well.
Boys,
Hey, look.
you want to touch the feathers? Why don't you take a feather? You want to take one for good luck? Look.
Dang.
That's BB's turkey.
Hi, my name is Roger Shields, Wild Turkey Program Coordinator for the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Did you know that wild turkeys almost disappeared in Tennessee? That's right. Now in the early 1800s, as Tennessee was starting to be settled, they were abundant and pretty much everywhere. But due to the pressures of settlement related to unregulated hunting and habitat loss, their numbers started to decline. Actually to the point that in the early 1900s, very few even still existed in Tennessee. Well, with recognition of the problem, efforts to restore them kicked in. Now at first, we tried to use what we call game farm or pen-reared birds and release those into these areas. But unfortunately, those birds just didn't have the characteristics, the wildness that they needed to survive and make it in the wild. So what really was the key for successful restoration was when we started trapping wild turkeys from areas where they were still abundant, primarily in southeastern and southwestern Tennessee, and then relocating them to areas where the habitat was good, but the turkeys had been removed or had died out. That effort of trapping them began in about the 1950s, continued on until the turn of the century in the early 2000s, at which point we had restored turkeys to all 95 counties and populations were healthy and abundant. So we considered it a success and concluded that effort.
Good morning, Tennessee. We're up here in God's country. In fact, there's one goblin right way over there, probably a quarter of a mile. Turkey hunters do this all the time. They'll set up here, daylight, waiting for that gobble, see who's closer, right? And if you don't hear nothing early, and let's say that turkey over there's, gobbling, he's a quarter-mile away. Now we can go on the back side of this, but instead of rushing all the way over in the prime time where they're still in the trees, and a lot of guys just run over there. But if you got access to move a lot on the property, we're hunting about 300 acres here, so we got access to where that turkey's gobbling. A lot of times, if you just wait, just be patient, work the area you're in, at about 9 o'clock, 9:30ish, go back in there, even if he's not gobbling, 9:30. Then you can maybe get in your vehicle, drive back around to where you heard that turkey earlier. And a lot of times, turkeys up in the day, mid-morning will start gobbling. And boy, and there's one right there. So we're going after that one.
Yeah, it's too close.
There you go. I heard that one. I figured that's what was wrong. He's in his strut zone. He's got a strut zone. He's staying right in the same spot. That's what he's gobbling at, that slate call. He's on that point over where he's at. We're going to try to have to get over on that side with him. Just go slow, but he's probably going to stay right there. We'll have to get. It goes to show you. He won't say nothing to that. I picked that slate call up. It's like, bam! Now, I think what it is, they have a particular hen that they've been with, or maybe they've heard and they haven't been with yet. That's why you need different calls. I called with that. They get in these strut zones like this. And you get them gobbling. Sometimes you get them, like gobble. Then they'll start gobbling by themselves. That's a good sign. When they start gobbling by themselves after you've called to them, just let him keep gobbling. Don't call to him going over. We can get over here on this ridge with him. We'll crow call to him because he was gobbling the crows earlier. And then just get as close as you can and try to get in that bubble. And he's gobbling right on that point. Because he was up here, did you hear him? He was up here. Then he went down here. Then he came back up here. And now he's back down there. Then, so when they walk back and forth like that, and once you get up there, if he keeps doing that, let him go back down there, move up. If you have to get down, he comes back up here.
And hope he walks back in.
And just, every time he walks back down there, move a little bit closer. It's tough. It's a tough turkey to hunt, especially in terrain like this, because you're in this high elevation, you've got all these bottoms. It's tough. But that's the way you got to do it. You don't just run. A lot of people just run right to him. So, let's just go to that point and run right. You blow him out of there. And they gobble by themselves. It means they're interested. Now, if you were calling, and let's just say he wouldn't gobble until you called, that's either a shot gobble or he's close. I'm going to have to set up. I'm going to have to be careful. He ain't that far. Listen, he's like right over that ridge.
Yeah, it's 100 yards.
He's within 100, so.
I'd say y'all sit right up there and laying back.
I'm gonna have to, look. Yeah, you're gonna sit back here.
Yeah, I'm gonna see you.
God, man, he's close.
Promise.
Let's see, when he walks back, let him go back.
We crest the top of that hill, he'll spot us.
Oh, yeah. If we call, he'll come. Yeah, he might come in. He's within 100.
Yeah. I can hear him. He's probably within 100.
if he'll just get back, let him go back. Sometimes you gotta wait 30 minutes. Just let him go. But I've killed so many like this, man. And usually when you get, like, if we can get where he gobbled down, you can just go back down the ridge. Yeah, let him go back. Usually, most of the time, if you can get where he just gobbled, you just make like 2 or 3 clucks, a little bit of they'll come running back. He might be a stubborn 2-year-old, but I doubt it. I'd say this will have. I'd say he's a big 3 or 4-year-old, maybe 5. Y'all stay here. I'm gonna crawl first. If I don't see him, I'll motion for you. Whoa. I might have to get up there and call and see where he's at. That's what I wanted. He's down in there. He'll come back up here. You sit right there. He's down over. He's back down the bottom. Yeah. So you sit right there. You sit right there. You sit back there. I'm gonna sit. He'll probably come back pretty quick. So he come back fast. He'll come right down that way. So be still. Man, he come in fast. That's the way you kill a strut zone gobbler. Did I call it or did I call it?
Awesome, man.
Man, you couldn't move, could you? He was like right there gobbling our face.
I wanted to move him and got behind that tree, but I was afraid of.
Holy smokes, that worked.
Did I call it or did I call it?
That's exactly what he was doing.
I've done that so many times over the years, that right there. How long did it take him to get up here after I made that one little call? Just that one little, I told you that, and I done it. I said, you make 1 or 2 calls. I could have shot him with, what, 20 yards out there, but I couldn't move. Because listen, come on, I want to show you something. Now, I did a mistake, but sometimes you just gotta improvise. Actually, I did a video on this once. You don't ever want to set up where your gun has an obstacle like that, because see, I couldn't move. Try your best not to set up where you got something in your barrel, but I was afraid he was going to walk right through here. Sucker flopped all the way down this. He flopped all the way down this road. Oh man, his tail feathers, some of his tail feathers come out. That ain't good. All right, look at that. Man, lost tail feathers. That ain't good. Boy, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful turkey. There you go, boy, he gobbled good, man. I mean, look at, man. See what kind of hooks he's got. Oh, yeah. I called it down there on the ridge over when we was coming to him. I said, I bet he's got some good hooks. He ain't no 2-year-old. It's probably a 4-year-old bird. He's got some sharp points. So, oh, yeah, he's probably a 22-pound gobbler at least. All right, man, I'll tell you, Man, look at this. Oh man, his tail feathers has come out. I ain't gonna get to cape that one, but that's all right. We'll get some good pictures and have a memory, but come on in here, Mike. Got Mike from the TWRA with me here in Tennessee today. Sit down here, I'm tired now. We had to walk a pretty good ways to get on this turkey. Well, Mike.
Congratulations.
What do you think about that, man?
That was a good one. Only had to walk a couple of mountains to get it.
Phew. Man, I'll tell you, get a shot of this terrain. This is some really tough terrain that we're hunting. We're deep in the mountains with them in Tennessee here. And it's just really steep. I mean, this is some of the toughest terrain I've hunted probably since my West Virginia days when I used to deer hunt up there. And, you know, but, you know, this gobbler, Mike, this gobbler here, when we was way over on that other ridge, and he gobbled early, didn't he? He was like pretty early when he gobbled.
6:15.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I knew we couldn't go across this bottom. So we went up here. I thought maybe he might sometimes go across, you know, across the valley if he's really hot. I didn't know if he's by himself or not. But we was all the way on that other ridge over there. And this turkey here is a classic example. And not bragging on myself, but pat me on the back. I did call this one. I did call this one perfect. But you know, after 30 years of hunting them, you kind of get to know them a little bit. But this turkey here, he was on this point. Well, no, actually, he was under this point when he gobbled, and we come up there. And when he came up here, we was way over probably 800 yards. But he came over here to this little ridge, and then he gobbled at me. I switched to this slate call here because I hadn't used it none. I've been using my mouth call, I've been using my box call, but he just went and talked to it. And so, you know, it's just like fishing. Sometimes you just got to keep throwing to what they want. And I pulled out this whole fire starter by Spring Fever Custom Calls, this slate call, and boy, he just ate it up, didn't he? I mean, he just, bam, boy, he hit it. And I was like, okay, that worked. So sometimes you just got to switch calls, whether it's the frequency or maybe it's a hen that they're used to hearing, they're wanting to get back with. And that's why you need an assortment of calls. Boy, he's been strutting a lot. He's an old turkey, and you can tell he's really got wore down there. But this turkey is a classic example of a strut zone gobbler. And what he does is they'll get on these points usually. It's usually a point, not always, but it's usually a point probably 70% of the time. And he'll just walk these points into a ridge and back down a point, up to a ridge, back down a point. So when we was over there at the last place we set, and he started doing that, I told Mike, I said, I believe he'd be a pretty easy turkey to kill if we can get over there. He said, well, we got to go all the way back around this mountain. And it took us a while, but we didn't call. You know, don't be calling to a turkey when you're going to him if you can help it. Sometimes you got to check them and see where they're at. But you know, we tried to crow call to him, he wouldn't say nothing. But I just kind of felt the way he was acting that he had to be coming right through where we're sitting probably 4, 5, 6 times, just walking and gobbling. He'd be down here and then he'd be back up here and he'd be down. So when they do that, what you got to do is you just got to try to get in their bubble, and that's how we killed this turkey. We just got in his bubble. He wasn't going to come across this valley to us. He wasn't going to come 1,000 yards to us. He won't come 500. You had to get in his bubble. So when we got around, and that's the one good thing about timber hunting, where field hunting is, you know, it kind of will mess you up a lot of times. You know, I killed a field turkey last week, killed a hardwood mountain turkey this week, but the mountains are just a lot easier to slip on turkeys when you have to do that. So we got up here, and then I told the boys, I said, just stay back and let me crawl up there, because that last time he gobbled before we set up where we killed him, he was close. Yeah. Like he was right. He had to be like right in here, and we was just not even 80 yards. And I was afraid and I didn't call because I was afraid he'd come looking for us. So we let him back off, and probably about 20 minutes, I crawled up to that tree. 20 minutes later, I thought, okay, well, I was sitting there thinking, well, he's had time. And sure enough, just a cluck and a little old yelp on that slate call, and he gobbled way down here under this, perfect. And he gobbled like right in our face. I mean, it was great to be strutting. And the reason, you know, a lot of guys, I'll say this too, when you're hunting in thick stuff like this, a lot of guys like to shoot a real open choke. But when you're hunting this stuff, I shoot a 650 choke because this is why. I mean, it's just thick, so you want as many pellets as possible going in a small hole, and that's pretty much what I had to shoot through. So that's why you shoot a tight choke, because if you shoot too wide of a choke, you're gonna miss because you're gonna hit a bunch of branches. And I'm sure my pattern probably got knocked off some, but I had enough to get the job done. But boy, that's a nice turkey, and heavy turkey. Just a good day.
Thanks for coming and showing us how to do it.
Hey man, hope you learned something.
We did.
I don't know everything about them, but you know, after you chase them, and I've done this so many years. I mean, just my dad taught me that years ago. He said, you know, let him gobble, let him go off, get up under bubble, sit there and let him come back to you. And boy, I've done it so much over the years. But a lot of guys, just like, you know, a lot of your audience here, don't know that. And they would have just come right on up in here and blowed it. You know, so sometimes that's why I call it the ultimate chess game. Because what you're doing is you're letting him move, and then you're moving. And then you're letting him make a move, and you're moving. And you just got to be a little bit ahead of him. But boy, that was great. That was fun. Yesterday, they about killed me walking around these mountains. But today, I feel pretty good. Okay, Mike, since I've never turkey hunted Tennessee, I know your state is a tag before you drag. So how do you check this turkey in?
It's super easy. We have the TWRA on the Go app. We already downloaded the app for you because you bought a license. And it's got 4 questions at the very start. You want to go to My Accounts, Purchase License, Sunset, and Sunrise Times, and then the Report of Harvest.
Report of Harvest.
We're going to report a harvest because you got a bird.
Okay.
And then you just answer the simple questions on that next page. Super easy. You've tagged your bird in maybe 30 seconds. So
Okay.
super easy here in Tennessee.
Well, that's great. So you don't have to notch it or nothing? Like
Nope.
Piece of paper or nothing?
Just
like
on the
that. Just on the app.
On the app, and it'll send you a confirmation email, and you can always get your confirmation number on the app itself. So.
All right. Hey, it's been a great hunt here in Tennessee. It's still one of my favorite states to come to. You need to check it out, and you can have a turkey hunt just like ours. Make sure to visit GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. We're going to go off the mountain now and go get something cool to drink.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University. Looking for a scholarship? Apply to MTSU by December 1st, and if you meet the criteria, you could qualify for a guaranteed academic scholarship. Tony Strode from our undergraduate recruiting office gives us all the details. Dr. Sam Zaza of the Jones College of Business is a leader, not only in information technology, but the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in helping Nashville fill its tech jobs. She shares her insights and ideas. And remember this major at MTSU, Child Development and Family Studies. Dr. Rebecca Oldham talks to us about how it's a great fit for students interested in what individuals and families need to find for wellness across the life space. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Looking for a scholarship? Well, you need to apply to MTSU by December 1st. If you're an incoming freshman and you meet our criteria, you may qualify for a guaranteed academic scholarship. Tony Strode from our undergraduate recruiting office gives us all the details. Tony, welcome back to the show.
Hey, thank you for having me, Andrew.
You know, when it gets to this time of year, all we say is December 1 deadline, December 1 deadline. It's on billboards, it's on our website, December 1 deadline. So why is December 1 so important to an incoming freshman at MTSU?
Yeah. So that date's very important if you want a guaranteed scholarship. And we all know that we have so many great qualified students who are applying to MTSU. So we want to make sure that they apply by December 1st so we can get their application processed, get them admitted, and then we can award them a scholarship. Our scholarship deadline's December 1st. We have so many awesome scholarships for students. All they have to do is apply, send in their transcript, their ACT scores, and once we get that and we can admit them and evaluate, make sure they meet the scholarship requirements, then they will be guaranteed and awarded a scholarship.
Now, you can apply to MTSU and be admitted beyond December 1st.
Absolutely.
And when we talk about a guaranteed academic scholarship, that's different than me just applying for a scholarship and I write an essay and all these things. It's a whole different kind of critter. What does a guarantee mean?
Yeah, so if you meet any one of those scholarship thresholds with the ACT and the GPA, you're going to get that scholarship.
Period. Automatic.
There's no extra application, there's no scholarship essay, anything like that. You just have to apply, send in your transcript, your ACT scores. Once we get that and we evaluate it and see that you meet the requirements, you'll be awarded that scholarship.
There's a whole range of these scholarships, and I want to talk them through a little bit, but we're really excited about the new enhancement of the True Blue Scholarship.
Yes.
And it's because it begins at an ACT score of 22.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it's the most money awarded to a student with the 22 to a 24 on the ACT, combined with that 3.5 GPA, gets them $3,500 a year.
That's $14,000.
That's $14,000 for 4 years, which is awesome. I mean, that's pretty much taking care of, maybe most of your tuition, depending on how many classes you're taking and things like that. And the great thing about that is that it's stackable too. So if you qualify for the Hope Scholarship, which if you're a Tennessee resident and you have that 22 or higher, you're going to get that Hope Scholarship.
Right.
Absolutely. So you're stacking that on top of any federal money that you're getting, any outside scholarships that you may receive as well. You can stack that True Blue Scholarship on top of that too. You may even get some money back at the end of the year.
It really is amazing, and it's the largest of its kind in the state. We're really proud of that. I love the fact that we're making these scholarships accessible to these great students in the 22 to 24 band. I also love the fact, like you mentioned, the Hope. The state recently expanded the benefit on the Hope. So combined with that, you talked about that plus the Hope. Yeah. It is almost tuition free. It's very, very close to it,
very close,
right?
very close. And every student is different depending on how much money you're receiving in scholarship. And that's just, the starting band. So if you get higher on the ACT and still that 3.5 GPA, you'll get more money in a guaranteed scholarship.
You are all about segues. That's good. So okay, the presidential scholarship, what is that?
So that one is $4,500, and that same as the previously True Blue, you'll get that over all 4 years. And once again, stack it with the Hope Scholarship, with any Pell Grant, with any outside scholarships as well. All that combined together. And that one is an ACT band of a 25 to a 29.
And for sure, that benefit plus the Hope really does cover your tuition costs.
Absolutely, that
And
will
that's
cover your tuition.
just a fantastic thing. Then 30 and up, we've got the trustee scholarship.
Yes, sir. And that one is $5,000 a year.
And for those students in the trustee scholarship band that are at the very high end of the ACT, we've got another bonus for them.
Absolutely.
What's that?
We're really excited about this one too. This is our new Centennial Scholarship. So from a 34 to a 36 on the ACT, that's giving you a total of $8,000 per year. So that definitely is taking care of your tuition.
It really is. It really is.
Just with that scholarship. And as we said, with the Hope Scholarship, anything else that you get, I mean, you're off to the races with that amount of money that you're getting.
So many people don't do the math on this because you're right, because they're stackable. There's also other scholarships you can get from private sources, foundations, and things like that. But stacking on top of all that, suddenly you've got enough that covers your tuition. Then you can start chipping into like room and board.
Yeah.
And then you start chipping into money in your pocket after the semester is over.
Absolutely.
I know several great students who have managed their scholarship budgets such that when they leave with money in their pocket to go into the real world.
Absolutely.
And I don't think enough people talk about that.
No, I mean, I don't think they do either. And then just being able to graduate debt-free.
Right.
I know here at MTSU, we already have students graduating with very low debt, but even just getting out of, your bachelor's degree with no debt and actually making money, being paid to go to college, I mean, you can't get any better than that here.
Tony, there's so many scenarios where you can go to MTSU for tuition free. Where can I find out about this?
Yeah, so if you just go to our website, mtsu.edu/mtfree, it will take you to that webpage, and you'll see so many different, like you said, scenarios where students can qualify to be tuition free, and then you'll see how you can actually get money back.
Well, Tony, you and your team do a fantastic job of welcoming these students to campus, the outreach throughout the state of Tennessee, and plus Alabama, Kentucky, Georgia. I mean, we are just all over.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's just a few. We're national. We get applications from all over the country and international too. So we're excited about it.
Tony, thanks for all you do.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Dr. Sam Zaza of the Jones College of Business is a leader, not only in information technology, but also the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in helping Nashville fill its tech jobs. She joins us to share her ideas and insights. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it.
You know, we bump into each other, it seems like all the time on campus.
We do.
I mean, there you are, here you are, and it's great to have you come to the studio because I really wanted to talk to you about your work in IT, how you're really trying to expand the pool of qualified candidates in IT, recognizing the great opportunities in the Nashville area, but you've also got some great stories about your journey here, so let's get started. So let's talk about first, you know, Nashville is a tech center and the opportunities and challenges that they face as a result of that and how your expertise is helping guide some of those conversations.
Of course. So Nashville is booming. Everybody want to come to Nashville. But there is one issue that you hear a lot from organizations and companies, that they're not able to find IT talent. Mm-hmm. So to counter that, I feel we need to prepare the workforce early on, starting from our students. One part of that is to provide study abroad programs for them, to expose them to that international aspect, to see other perspective, other subjects, other point of view. And actually, we did one of that. We internationalized a course where we did a joint course with a university in Brazil, and then we did a joint project, me and my colleague. Actually, it was his course. So we did a joint project with them where our students will do the same project with Brazilian students. And then at the end of that course, we elected 4 students to go actually to Brazil to meet their counterparts. And then we did a paper about what we did, the internationalization, and we presented at a conference.
Such a great priority at our university about study abroad and international opportunities. Dr. Robert Summers, who I know is one of your colleagues, our Vice Provost for International Affairs, such an advocate for those things. Why is it important, in your perspective, from the IT perspective, for internationalization? How does that help prepare a better prepared candidate?
I think it is important because for over the last 40 years or 45 years, all the research indicated that there is an IT shortage. Mm-hmm. So for 40 years till now, we were not able to solve this. Mm-hmm. A ton of research has been done. But nowadays, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is a big thing for employees, specifically for IT professionals. They want to be hired, yes, but also they want to be included in the culture of the organization. Right. So one thing that I advise organizations and companies is to have their environment as inclusive as possible. There are a lot of remedies to create such environment, but this is one way of really attracting IT talent. Mm-hmm. We as higher education institutions, we are doing our part of trying to internationalize our courses, to expose our students to that aspect, to tell them that, hey, listen, there are other people who are also in the same domain. So having that exposure to other people will help them build that skill to really be cognizant of other people, other culture, other beliefs, and all of that. So this is key, actually, because if you look now, employees before COVID are different than the people after COVID. COVID changed people. Employees and IT professionals are thinking about their priorities. Yes, they want a good pay, they want a job, but they want quality of life too. Mm-hmm. And inclusion and diversity and equity actually help. While diversity is something that you can see and you can easily report it, inclusion is invisible. Mm. So unless you make dedicated practices and policies and intentional practices to make the perception of inclusion at your company visible and understood and well communicated among employees, it's gonna be hard for organizations to really retain, not just hire, to retain the IT talent that they have.
We talked off camera briefly and you talked about, yes, there's a lot of IT vacancies in the national market. And it's easy to think, well, gosh, that means folks are just going to rush to fill those jobs. But there's such a competition for that talent, that experience. And one of the points you made to me about the international studies is that that helps give some of our students that might be just entering into that job market at least a little bit of a boost up from a resume standpoint and a perspective standpoint that might allow them to compete against someone that maybe had a little bit more time and grade and job.
Correct. So one thing is that I do believe that I encourage every student to take study abroad. Because if I'm an employer and I have the same CV, but I see somebody who really took a step outside the US to meet other people and spend some time in an educational setting as an employer, I'll choose that person because I know that person dealt with uncharted water for that person and he was able to gain something. That is something very essential in today's industry, today's market, that students need to have, and also fresh graduates need to have that international aspect and experience. Now, while organizations are really looking for IT talent, they always ask for at least like 3 years of experience. I encourage students to do the internship, but also to add that international aspect to their resume. It really helps.
Professor, thank you for coming on the show, and thank you and congratulations for all you're doing for our students in our university.
Thank you, it's a pleasure, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Remember this major at MTSU, Child Development and Family Studies. Dr. Rebecca Oldham joins us to talk about how this is a great fit for students interested in what individuals and families need to do to find wellness across the life space. Rebecca, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
It's an honor to have you here. We talked a little bit before you came on air. We talked about how your program is based in the Ellington Human Sciences Building. What's the major? Tell me in a nutshell your elevator speech for your programs.
Sure. So Child Development and Family Studies, more broadly across the country, is known as Human Development and Family Science. And you can hear in the name that there are really two major branches. People who are studying human development from prenatal all the way till death. And it's really focused on individual development. But of course, individuals are not islands unto themselves. We all develop inside relational contexts, and that's where family studies come in. And so our students come into the major and they could have varying interests related to anything related to prenatal development, child development, emerging adulthood, middle adulthood, older adulthood, death and dying, or they may be interested in things like romantic relationships, friendships, siblings, sexuality, contemporary families, society at large in the context that families develop in. So it's a really interdisciplinary field. We draw from sociology, we draw from psychology, neuroscience, a lot of different theories and methodologies to do the kind of research we do in this field.
So when folks learn about this, I guess one of the reasons you call it a discovery is that not a lot of people know. They may be interested in this, but they may not just be aware that there's a program that can get to this. And that must be a fun kind of discovery conversation with them as well.
Right, so we normally engage with the STAR program where they bring students to campus, usually first-year students to campus early, and they have a panel of different majors on campus that students may not know about coming into college. They know about psychology, they may know about sociology, and they say, I want to be a counselor, so I'm going to do psychology. They may say, I want to work with kids, so I guess I'll do early childhood education. But a lot of our students, when they come to us, they say, you know, I started in psychology and the classes, I just noticed I really gravitated toward classes about communication or about child development. Or maybe I was an early education major and I realized I didn't want to be a teacher, but I do want to work with kids. And so in that process and talking with their advisors, they usually find us toward the end of their sophomore year, the beginning of their junior year, and we're trying to work their classes in. So what we'd really like is to increase our presence on campus so that students find us earlier in the process, because when they do come to us, they love it there.
Right.
They feel a sense of belonging. They feel like this is where I should have been all along. Our classes are super interesting, and it's about things that are relevant to really all of our lives.
When we chatted a little bit, we talked about some aspects of your program that you're very proud of, and one of which was support and belonging. Can you give me that kind of nutshell of that?
Yes, so I like to say that we have some of the best students on campus because our students care so much about people, and a major value and ethic that we have in our discipline is just that people matter. People matter a lot. So we have students who care about people and we have faculty who care about students. And so we practice that ethic in our classroom. We know all of our students by name. We're following what they're doing. We're checking in on their well-being and saying like, hey, I noticed that you seem to be struggling. Is anything going on? Do you need more support? Do you need more resources? And we also create classroom environments where students get to interact with one another a lot. And so they create social networks in the program that help them feel like they belong and feel like they find a home in our program that goes beyond just being a student in a classroom, but being seen as a whole person. And that's something that we're really proud of in our program and something that our students comment on a lot when they come become CDFS majors after a few years.
It seems like there are a lot of opportunities in the job market for the skills that you teach, but what are some of the jobs that you're familiar that your graduates have gone on to?
Right, so I think first I want to say that there's a very common misconception. I think because right now the name of our particular program is child development and family studies, like people kind of forget the family studies and they say, oh, these people just must want to work in daycares. And certainly some of them do, but one of the challenges that our majors face is realizing when they get into our program is the absolute wide range of diverse work environments and types of jobs they can have after just a BS in this degree. So, like I said, they may work with children, but they can also work in any kind of environment, profit or nonprofit, government agencies, private companies, where they are serving families or individuals in terms of their wellness in some way. So we see people go on to work in assisted living facilities. We see people do community education in nonprofits. They may work in child and foster care systems. They may work with people who experience trauma and abuse. A lot of our students are really interested in helping specific populations. So people who have disabilities is another really popular group that our students enjoy working with. They may even work in the medical system, like hospital systems. A child life specialist is someone who works with children who have chronic illness just to improve their quality of life in the hospital and to work with their families. So that's a good application of this major. So the types of spaces they can work in is very very diverse, and there are also lots of different graduate school options afterward, but you don't even need to go to graduate school to be able to find gainful employment in this field.
All right, we want everybody to remember child development and family studies.
That's right.
Look going into the university.
That's right.
Don't discover us after you've been here. Find it going in. Find it going in. Professor, thanks for sharing all this with us.
Thank you. I've been so happy to talk about our program. We really love what we do, and we really love our students, and we just want more people to find the joy of being a CDFSA major sooner.
And it shows. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
What if you could touch a killer whale? What would it feel like? What if it were possible to build a trusting relationship with the world's top ocean predator, toothed and powerful? What if you could connect in a way that you never imagined? Swim skin to skin, let it launch you 50 feet into the air, or place you gently on a ledge? What if you found out how important killer whales are to the ocean, other animals, even us? What if you discovered really simple things that you can do every day to help make sure that this incredible species never disappears from our planet? What if?
My children, Natselani said to them, you will now live in the sea. Eat anything in the water, but never bother people. Don't bite them.
If you see a man and he says to you, help me, killer whale,
You must help him. Then he will give you something.
Throughout time, killer whales have been a prominent feature of many cultures. Whether living up to tales of kind-hearted whales helping hunters on the sea, or down to mythological, man-eating sea monsters, they've played a visible role in various cultures.
So the Tlinkits regarded the killer whale as a very strong entity, and a certain group of the Tlinkits took the killer whale as their clan symbol or their totem.
Killer whales are found in all oceans of the world, but are most abundant in the colder waters of the polar regions.
You think of them as wanting to be in cold water all the time, but killer whales are found in all oceans of the world. So to see them in warm water down in Mexico or South American waters, and then to see them up in Alaska in cold waters is very cool.
Next to humans, killer whales are the most widely distributed mammal. Dolphins, porpoises, and whales are grouped together in the scientific order Cetacea. Cetacea comes from katos, the Greek word for whale. Killer whales belong to the toothed whales or suborder Odontoceti, and are the largest member of the dolphin family, Delphinidae. A key characteristic that this family of cetaceans share is having teeth that are cone-shaped. Orca is the Latin word meaning barrel-shaped.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how exhilarating that was. It was a little scary though, too. You know, I'm sitting there in the kayak and all of a sudden I've got like 20 killer whales around me. They were going underneath me. The water's so clear up there, you know, I'd look down and I'd see them right there next to me looking at me. Big eye go by. And then I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried, but it was just absolutely incredible.
Most of us will never get this close to a killer whale. Still, many of us feel a connection to them. We want to find out more about them and how they've managed to survive since prehistoric times in some of the world's most extreme conditions. We've learned a lot about killer whales by studying them in the wild and through research and care in zoological parks and aquariums. But we've only just begun to scratch the surface.
Seeing killer whales in the wild is just amazing.
It's really awe-inspiring to see these whales break the surface in unison and to see a calf come over and play with your boat.
Gained a great deal of respect for their size and their power.
No other animal is a threat to the killer whale. It has earned its rank as the top predator of the sea. Every feature, body shape, size, coloration, and speed, enhances their extraordinary hunting abilities. This animal is built to thrive. In the sea, color and pattern can make a life or death difference. Killer whales are solid black and white, with a gray saddle patch just behind the dorsal fin, a perfect example of disruptive coloration. In the flickering, shadowy sunlight of the sea, other animals may not recognize a killer whale as a potential predator. In the ocean, swiftness matters. Killer whales can reach speeds of nearly 30 miles an hour, making it one of the fastest swimming sea animals on the planet. Rounded, paddle-like pectoral flippers help steer, and a strong forked fluke or tail helps move forward or stop. From underneath the ocean, killer whales must surface to breathe. Through a single blowhole, warm breath meets cold air, causing a cloud of condensation. To open its blowhole, the killer whale contracts a muscular flap. When relaxed in a closed position, this flap provides a watertight seal. Flexibility can be life-saving. In frigid waters or warmer seas, a complex circulatory system of arteries surrounded by veins in the flippers and flukes help regulate body temperature. It all adds up to the ocean's top predator, built to survive and thrive.
How do you think a killer whale got its name?
There's no other prey that will eat it.
They kill sharks.
Because it kills its food.
Because it's a predator?
Fishermen were scared of them.
It eats fish.
Doesn't it eat seals or something?
No one messes with it. It's like the ultimate predator, so.
It's the biggest one of the family, so it's the main one, so it kills all the other animals.
Can't imagine, but they are so friendly.
Why does the killer whale have such an aggressive-sounding name? Ancient sailors actually called them whale killer after witnessing killer whales attacking larger cetaceans, an event that can occur even in modern times, as seen by this amazing attack on an enormous blue whale. Being opportunistic hunters, their diets vary from one region to another. Mostly, they eat fishes, squids, and marine mammals, like seals. Their attack strategies include cooperative hunting, stalking and ambushing, and pursuing prey. They swallow their food whole, or if it's too big to eat in one piece, they tear it into large chunks. With several strategic options, it's safe to say the killer whale's hunting is calculated, complex, and very successful.
One of my graduate students in the last 3 or 4 years discovered that a young male, when his mom had a baby, all of a sudden he's footloose and fancy-free, and he formed a social bond with other males here at SeaWorld San Diego. That was something that we didn't know these killer whales did.
Killer whales live in social units called pods, and within many of these group settings, there's a social hierarchy. Even though males are much larger than females, the pod is matriarchal, with females at the top of the hierarchy. When traveling, females and juveniles generally stay in the center of the pod, while adult males swim at the wings. Killer whales are very social and may connect with other whales through a range of communications.
We don't call it a language, but we do see dialects in killer whales, and in fact, they're very special that way. If you, for example, travel to the south, you may pick up a southern accent if you're there for too long. But if you move somewhere else in the world, you may develop a new accent based on who you're hanging out with. We call that dialects in killer whales.
In addition to vocalizations, killer whales have other behaviors that may serve a variety of purposes. A breach might scratch an itch. Spy hopping might give a look above the water surface, or be a way of communicating with others. Killer whales are among the most curious of cetaceans, with a tendency to play, to manipulate objects, or join in the fun wherever it's happening. Is it possible that the whale connection could reach beyond the pod?
I came the first time when I was 20, and I was in college taking economics classes, and I watched the show and I watched the guy fly through the air, and right then I was like, that's what I got to do. So I talked to one of the trainers after the show, said, how do you get the job? They told me, and I went back to school. I changed my major, and here I am.
The babies, they're usually the most challenging. They're so rambunctious and very playful and have the shortest attention span. So they definitely can keep you on your toes and teach you a lot of things of how to work with them.
I'll be talking with the guests or just make eye contact across the pool, and you can see that look in their eye, and you know that it's hit them just like it hit me so many years before. And it's amazing. You don't know if you're going to be maybe inspiring that child to become an animal trainer or maybe follow another dream in their life.
I cannot believe I'm 50 feet in the air on top of a killer whale. Like, who does that?
I get to swim with killer whales, and I get to train them, and I get to interact with them. It's a wonderful thing.
Training animals is a rewarding and fulfilling career, but it's not always easy and fun. It takes hard work and dedication. But it's worth it. Here are the basics you'll need in order to succeed. You have to be 18 years old, and to work with marine mammals, you have to have your scuba certification and a high school diploma. Once you have those three things, you'll need to pass the SeaWorld swim test. You'll need to be a very strong swimmer for this. First, you'll have to be able to do a freestyle swim, an underwater hold-your-breath swim, and a surface dive, where you pick up a weight and bring it back to the top. And you have to do it all in cool salt water, without a wetsuit. It's a pretty competitive field, so here are a few tips to give you the edge. A college degree in any science field is good. If the degree is in biology, psychology, or marine biology, it's even better. But any four-year degree is a definite plus. And if you want to get a jump start on experience, volunteer for any animal-related organization. Animal training. It takes hard work and dedication, but in the end, it's definitely worth it.
They're pretty neat and they can swim really good.
He's a beautiful animal.
Because he splashes people.
He's so big and huge, it's just great to see an animal like that.
The confidence they have in the trainers is really good.
I think it was Shamu that was born when I was a kid. I remember the whole story on TV and I always wanted to come see it.
I liked it when he splashed us.
They're really funny and they get you wet.
I just dreamed and dreamed about being able to build a friendship with the top predator of the ocean. To have that relationship was something that just stuck in my heart. I always wanted to do.
I remember my first time interacting with a killer whale and just rubbing her down, and she took a big breath in my face, and that was really powerful to me, and it kind of gave me the sense that for once in my life I was exactly where I was supposed to be.
I could feel every time she took a breath, her back would move, and every time she kicked her tail, it just blew me away.
I interacted with Takara for about 2 years before I got in the water with her. My heart stopped because I've been waiting for it for that long, and to feel what it's like to experience something with one of your best friends, you know, that you've made over the years was magnificent.
The human connection with killer whales can be a powerful bond. This close connection has taught us a lot. So much of what we've learned about these animals has come from observing and interacting with them in human care. At SeaWorld parks, animals are always asked to perform a behavior, and their willingness to respond is up to them. So, you can understand how important the trainer relationship is with the whale. Trust is key to this relationship. We see the results of that relationship in the shows, but training also helps maintain good health.
Whale training is extremely important because we rely on the training to
conduct a medical exam, and without that training, or husbandry training that we call it, for doing basic procedures that we look for general health parameters. Without those behaviors, it'd be hard to get to the animal.
When a killer whale voluntarily presents itself, a variety of tasks can be performed. Every 2 to 4 weeks, trainers take measurements on each whale, including body length, girth at several points, and dimensions of the flippers, flukes, and dorsal fin. During pregnancy, periodic monitoring ensures the health of both mother and calf. Even dental care is part of their health routine. Killer whales are trained to hold still and stay calm throughout procedures. There is no doubt, training reaches far beyond the behaviors guests see in shows. Training also helps ensure safety, health, and well-being.
You just watched the show. Do you know which whale was Shamu?
The big one that wet us, that was Shamu.
It was the big one, yeah, and it came up and absolutely soaked you.
The biggest one, I think.
The last one that came.
Yeah, they all look a lot the same, like.
The big one.
SeaWorld's Shamu is the most recognizable killer whale in the world, allowing all ages to get as close as possible to this amazing species. But who exactly is Shamu? Shamu's legacy began when a large male killer whale was accidentally caught in fishing nets in British Columbia. The whale was named Namu after a nearby fishing port and was moved to Seattle to be the first killer whale publicly displayed in the Pacific Northwest. A female whale soon joined Namu, and she was named Shamu, a contraction of she in Namu. Shamu became the first killer whale to travel by plane when she was moved to SeaWorld in San Diego. We continue to honor Shamu's name in our daily presentations. Whether it's learning from Shamu, people that work directly with killer whales, or by observing them in the wild, our connection to killer whales is unquestionably strong.
The connection with a killer whale is unlike probably any other animal that I've ever worked with.
And a vital link to their survival.
On stage, they may all be called Shamu, but every one of SeaWorld's whales has its own name and a distinctive personality to go with it. Names are chosen in several ways. In some cases, the trainers have named the whales. On other occasions, our guests and pass holders have been asked to vote. The names selected usually have meanings in other languages. Nakai was the first calf conceived by artificial insemination, so he was named Nakai, which is Native American for victory. Una means to love and adore in Icelandic. Taima was born during a thunderstorm, so she was given the name Taima, which is Icelandic for crash of thunder. Kaliha's name was selected by SeaWorld annual pass holders. It means beauty in Hawaiian. Trua is Icelandic for believe, and Trua commemorates the premiere of our Believe show. Takara is Japanese for treasure. And Kit is the word for whale in Russian. The name Shamu has come to symbolize the mystery, majesty, and wonder of all killer whales. By giving all of our whales the opportunity to participate in this starring role, we create a great environment for them and an exciting, meaningful experience for our guests.
Field research is very inspirational, it's very exciting, it's something that I think being out there in the field impacts you in a way that you just can't feel when you're sitting at home watching it on TV.
Every living creature has a story. They eat, breathe, grow, communicate? It's no different with the killer whales. Simply by being here, they have so much to tell us. All we have to do is pay attention. Though there are advantages to observing killer whales in the wild, in the protected setting of a marine zoological park, we're able to study them on a more consistent and intensive basis.
We can't really track them and follow them as individuals very well in the wild, but we can certainly see how they develop their dialect here under controlled conditions at SeaWorld and learn who they learn from, what kind of social interactions they have with other individuals to promote that, and maybe develop hypotheses about how we can help them in the wild.
Through Dr. Bowles and similar researchers, we've learned a tremendous amount about killer whales. We know they're capable of performing some very complex tasks. They learn different things at different rates, and, like people, there can be huge variations among individual animals of the same species. What Hub SeaWorld Research Institute is learning from whales at SeaWorld translates into crucial information for whales in the ocean.
We do research in 4 major topic areas: aquaculture, large-scale ecology, ocean health, and then finally there's my topic area, which is bioacoustics. We're trying to study how human-made noise, for example, interacts with animals in the wild, and also to understand the basic biology of their communication.
The more we understand how killer whales communicate and how noise impacts them, the more information we have that can potentially help protect whales in the wild.
To watch something underwater spin and swim quickly.
We were all just holding our breath. We watched the delivery of the birth. We watched the mother assist the calf to the surface for that first breath, and it was just a magic moment.
SeaWorld's killer whale breeding program is the most successful in the world. Data gathered over the decades has given valuable insight into reproduction, calf development, and special needs during pregnancy and following birth. This information has led to the successful development of artificial insemination techniques that help maintain diversity within our family of whales and could impact future killer whale populations and other at-risk animals.
We can get samples from other countries that have killer whales in captivity, so we can improve our genetic diversity by using other male genetics to improve that diversity, and that helps us and our population grow. And that may very well lead us to information that we can use for wild animals as well.
Researchers around the world continue to gather and share information on killer whales. But so much about these fascinating animals is still a mystery, a story that will continue to unfold for generations to come. Assuming, that is, that we take good care of their ocean home today.
Big things that are happening in our world, it's trickling down to where the animals are.
Maybe it was part magic and part miracle when in September 1985, the first killer whale was successfully bred, born, and raised in a zoological park. The calf, named Kalina, thrived and became an adult and a significant member of the SeaWorld whale family. In February 1993, Kalina had a calf of her own, the first second-generation killer whale calf born in a zoological park. Since then, Kalina has given birth to 3 more calves in 1995, 1999, and 2004. Killer whales have been born at SeaWorld parks in San Diego, San Antonio, and Orlando. And it started with the grandma of them all, Katina.
We all love all the whales, but there's always that one. For me, her name is Katina. I love her like a person.
The killer whale is a top predator, and a top predator is affected by everything beneath it. A killer whale can feed on large fish or small mammals, but what do those things feed on? Smaller fish, little fish, plankton, krill. You knock out any block below that top predator, you're affecting him. And I think that is kind of the ambassador for marine conservation, is that animal's affected by everything you do beneath it. So conservation is really important at all levels.
One drop in the ocean creates a ripple effect, reaching far beyond its origin. Although most killer whale populations are not endangered at the moment, scientists are concerned for their future, the ripple effect of damage done.
Well, I don't know how to bring home the size of the issues that they face right now back to people.
Several things are having an impact on killer whales. Competition for limited fish stocks threaten them and other animal populations worldwide. More and more fish are being taken from the sea for human consumption. Fisheries programs have been successful at replenishing overfished stock or even raising fish to sell directly for eating.
Our future, we feel really optimistic about. Our white sea bass program, we're expanding into other species, not only to release back into the ocean, but also to provide in a more traditional farming way directly to the consumer.
Other things are affecting the killer whale's home, the ocean.
You also have to deal with parasites and boats and people and pollution and, and climate warming and all that. So there's so many hurdles that they have to overcome to survive as a species.
It can all have a ripple effect on the whales, the ocean, other animals, and on us, since we're all connected.
There are so many decisions that we make every day that can make either a good difference or a bad difference to the survival of numerous species of animals.
Pick up after yourself. Leave every place you visit cleaner than when you found it.
Think twice before pouring chemicals or detergents down the drain.
Please remember, everything eventually makes its way to the ocean.
Be an informed consumer. Don't buy products made from threatened or endangered species.
Choose foods that are as environmentally friendly and sustainable as possible.
Learn, discover, question,
explore all you can about animals and the world we share.
Visit a zoo or aquarium.
Read, ask, surf the web. Or better yet, take a hike, hit the beach, climb a mountain, or dive a reef.
Then pass on what you've learned and get involved.
When we look eye to eye with another creature, we realize we're more alike than different. We all need clean air and water and a safe place to call home, a home we all share, Earth. We are all connected. We're all part of the ripple effect with killer whales, other wildlife, and their habitats. By watching this program, you have become that drop in the ocean. Without you, the ocean would be less because of that missing drop.
I really think it does come down to ocean health. Killer whales are intelligent, they're adaptable, they're found in all oceans of the world. If we give them a chance, if we work towards healthy oceans, they will find a way to survive.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, October the 25th, 2022. It is 5:30 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If you could just review the minutes from the July the 26th regular meeting, if you would. If there's any comments or changes, let me know. If not, I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Move to accept the minute. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes are approved. On to new business. Request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers properly located at 25 Ingram Boulevard, tax map 17, parcel 25, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
Thank you. So this is the report for 25 Ingram Boulevard. This applicant is seeking permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers at this location. The site, of course, is at 25 Ingram Boulevard, and the site is owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. And the proposed business would generally operate during normal business hours, and according to the LaVergne Municipal Zoning Ordinance, in Article 5, commercial uses that are allowed in the commercial zones, which are C1, C2, C3, and C4. Those uses can be allowed in industrial zoning, in this case the I2 zoning district, if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception for those commercial uses. One of those uses that would be allowed includes what this applicant is asking for tonight, which is vehicle sales and or leasing. So looking here on the screen, the property right here, it's outlined in blue, this rectangular piece of property, and it is located on the south side of Ingram Boulevard. So for a closer view, you can see here, again, outlined in blue, and the building is here where I'm pointing, and then to the east is a larger parking area, and this driveway comes in from Ingram and makes sort of a horseshoe shape so that they can loop around through the site. And there is some parking here on this west side as well. This is the zoning map, so the dark blue indicates heavy industrial zoning. So again, this is I2 zoning. There is C2 zoning on the west side. That parcel touches Walden Road as well. Then all the other surrounding properties are zoned the same, which is heavy industrial. This is a photo of the site. So you can see the existing building and driveways. So this is Walden Road would be behind you, and this would be going down Ingram to the east. And the next photo is looking west. So again, this is Ingram, and this is the traffic signal at Walden Road and Ingram. And then you can see the other driveway entrance that's existing today. This building is a two-story building currently, and you can see these bays where the current tenant or former tenant has been conducting their business. So there are three large bays on the existing building. And landscaping, the site has some nice landscaping already that probably exceeds what's even required in this industrial district because it's not in an overlay zone. So the landscaping out there is nice. They did submit a full binder with all of their plans and photos, which you have in front of you. And so this is the plan that they submitted that shows the dimensions of the site and the shape and size of the building on the site, as well as the driveways and the utilities. And this is just a closer view of that plan that they submitted. And that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do you have an applicant here that can stand on the podium, please, if you would, and be sworn in? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I'm Bill Herbert. I'm with the law firm of Thompson and Burton in Nashville. Our address is 1810 West End, Suite 1550 in Nashville.
Thanks, sir. Any comments or questions for what Mr. Logan's report was? Any add-on to it?
I've got a little bit of a presentation for you, but I would say that, and this is on me, when Mr. Logan and I first started talking, my client had been telling me that they were going to do some sales on site. They are not going to do that. There's no sales. This is simply truck leasing, and that's all. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we're here before you for a special exception, and thank you all for being here and hearing me tonight. As Mr. Logan said, this property is zoned I-2 heavy industrial. We're going to use the property as is. We're not going to make any changes to the utilities. We're not going to expand the building in any way. We're going to completely as is. The previous use is a concrete pumping company, and I've driven by there, and they may kind of still be in that building, or they may not be. I really don't know. So we're going to be using it to lease trucks. And if you look over in my little memorandum that I submitted to you all on the Exhibit A, these are the types of trucks that they're going to be leasing. And so they're going to be leasing these tractor trailer, but just the tractor component, no trailer component, and medium and light duty box trucks. I was told initially that they would keep about 30 trucks on site. That has been clarified with me. There will be about 15 trucks kept on site. Furthermore, there will be no walk-in business at this site. These trucks are leased to commercial users, and so there's no traffic coming into the site. I'm told that the company intends to employ between 8 and 18 people on site. And that's really about it. As you all probably know, a special exception is a use that comes before the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's a use that's permitted by right under the law, provided that I show you that it complies with the conditions that are set forth within the LaVergne zoning code. In my memorandum, and I'll touch on these very briefly, and I won't dwell. In my memorandum, the conditions that are in the zoning code I've set out as numbers 1 through 9 in the memorandum. I've addressed each of those, and just as a matter of law, quite frankly, I'll just touch on them very briefly, and then I'll turn this over. So the zoning code asks about points of ingress and egress. There are 2, and you all have seen that. There'll be no changes there. It asks about parking and loading areas. You can see from the aerial photograph, we'll be using that as is. There'll be no additional parking at all. It'll be used completely as is. The refuse service is located to the side of the building in the existing place, so we'll be using it in the exact same location. Utilities will be exactly the same. We won't add to or move any of those. The property is secured by a chain link fence. Also, you notice around this property that there's wooded areas, and this is stream buffer. We will leave the stream buffer exactly as it is. We won't encroach into it, and we won't degrade it in any way, exactly as it is. The sign that's on the property, it'll be changed to be the new user, but there'll be no change in the size or illumination or anything like that. The open space that's required by the city, we feel like was met by the current user, quite frankly, and there'll be no change to that. We feel like the use is generally compatible with the area. And if you need to see any more detail, I know that Alta survey that was given to you was really small. I've got it blown up. If you need to see it or have something that's more readable,
Just quickly.
give that to you. It's a heck of a lot easier to read than that other little computer paper that I had to. So, and with that, I'll conclude and be happy to answer any questions that you have, and thank you for your time.
Well, first I'd like to say thank you for a very in-depth report and information. That's always very helpful to us. So just to touch on one, so you're not affecting the existing buildings and remain exactly the same, correct?
Exactly the same, correct.
Okay.
Is there any maintenance on the vehicles at this site?
So the vehicles that are going to be at this site are going to be, if you look at my little memorandum, you can see these trucks.
Yeah.
Those are the vehicles that are going to be at this site. And in fact, the little company logo, that's actually the company that's going to be leasing it. So it's these exact vehicles. They expect that there will be, there's going to be between 10 and 15 of these vehicles maintained at the site at all time. I had initially said 30 in my memorandum. That is not correct. I've confirmed with my client. They're going to keep about 10 to 15.
So those roll-up doors are like a garage rather than a loading dock?
On the building?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay.
They're currently there, and we're not going to change those.
And the maintenance will be done internally in the building, I assume?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The maintenance will be done inside the building?
That is correct. It'll be done inside the building. And I'll say this, they'll only be doing cleaning and routine maintenance. There will be no repair work being done on this site. Just whatever may be minor for cleaning up the vehicle, whatever, changing the oil to get it ready for the next person who's leasing the vehicle.
Will they be doing fueling at the site?
That is a really good question. I believe so, because there is already an existing pump at this site.
I didn't see that on the...
There'll be no add-on in that regard at all, but there is an existing pump at this site.
So they're in compliance with all hazmat and safety regulations?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? With that, I'll accept a motion for or against the application as stated.
I submit a motion to accept.
A motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have
Appreciate
a great evening. Thank you.
And with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
like to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to the LaVergne Planning Commission October 25th, 2022 regular meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from September 27th, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. First item of business, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance. Lieutenant Frank Walkup, Phase 1 and 2, property located off Jones Mill Road, requested by Womble and Associates, R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So staff has been looking at items 1 and 2 today, and due to the applicant's inability to meet the city's standards, they haven't been able to complete what they're supposed to complete for these subdivisions. So this would be probably the 4th month, maybe the 3rd, that they've been on this agenda. So staff's recommendation would be to make a motion to withdraw these and take them off the agenda. Then at such time that they complete their end, they can resubmit to the Planning Commission.
Very good, sir. Do we have any questions for Mr. Logan on this item? No questions. We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to withdraw items 1 and 2.
We have a motion to withdraw items 1 and item number 2. We have a second. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Just for the record, we're going to read item number 2. Recommendation. Item number 2 was recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Minerva Village Phase 1, property located off Hollandale Ridge Road, requested by Womble and Associates, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, which motion to withdraw passed. And item number 3 is deferred, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so we're going to item number 4. Site plan, Palm Commodities, new building addition totaling 5,400 square feet on 4.11 acres, requested by CIA LLC, property located at 1289 Bridgestone Parkway, tax map 17, parcel 28.04, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Fiji Strategic Realty Investors LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is a site plan request for approval for the Palm Commodities building, and this building is located at 1289 Bridgestone Parkway. And you can see here on the screen that this area outlined in blue. Of course, this lot has double frontage. It fronts Howell Quaker as well as Bridgestone Parkway. Closer look here shows the building along with the 2 roadways. They do have parking, employee parking off the Howell Quaker side. And site plan for this passed last month, which was to make some parking improvements. So that site plan did pass in September. And the other site plan was for a building addition on this southwestern side of the building. And this building addition is 5,400 square feet. And that's being added to the existing facility, which is approximately 62,800 square feet. This site is not in an overlay district. The zoning here, you can see a large area of I-2 heavy industrial zoning. So this parcel that's roughly shaped like a rectangle is the subject property. And these pictures are of the building that's existing. And shows the site with the existing employee parking. And then this is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. And they have taken care of all of their issues from the workshop 2 weeks ago. There really were not a lot of staff comments at that workshop. They had taken care of most of the items. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Logan or the applicant?
No, I just want to confirm I'm looking at on C2.00. Looks like both entrances are 40 feet. Is that correct for staff?
That is, yes.
Okay, wonderful. That's good to see. I know that's the standard that we try to use, so that's good.
Good.
That makes a motion, with everything been addressed, make a motion to accept as submitted, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5 has deferred as well, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, they have withdrawn.
Withdrawn, thank you, sir. And item number 6 is deferred.
That's correct.
On to item number 7. Site plan, Blair Ridge Phase 1, 2, and 3, townhome development totaling 141 dwelling units and 26 two-story buildings on 15.8 acres. Requested by SEC Inc., property located at 1289 Blair Road, tax map 29, PO parcel 21.01, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by 303B Partners. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at the Blair Ridge townhome development. This is phases 1, 2, and 3. So you can see this property here on the screen. It's on the north side of Blair Road, next to the High Point 24 site that's currently under construction. It's also neighboring the existing Van Winkle mobile home park. So you can see the property, it does have an existing home on the property that you'll see in the photos here in a few moments. So this is the property that's outlined in blue, again on the north side of Blair Road. So these photos are taken from the curve where roughly where the ingress egress would be for this new townhome development. So on the hill here in this photo is that's building 1 of the High Point 24 development. So there is a stand of trees that are mature that separates these two properties, and you can see that in the photos. This is a driveway looking back toward the northwest, and this driveway leads up to that existing home that's been on the property for some time, and you can sort of see it there in the distance. Again, this is the curve that would be improved, or at least it would be softened with this development as it proceeds. So this slide shows the master plan of the whole development, and this is a total of 141 townhomes. And I didn't mention, but across the road is also under construction, which is Portico Place, and that's all single-family homes that are being constructed. So that's the other neighbor across the road. So these are the site plan sheets that are in your packets, but basically they're giving you a closer look here of the development. So this is the first breakout of this site plan, and you can see the arrangement of the streets and also all the units. And then the second slide is the remaining, or the second breakout, and this is the match line to match the two parts of the site together. And this property also had just a few, 2 weeks ago at the workshop, and just a few technical comments, and those have also been addressed. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments?
Yes, sir, I've got some questions for that.
Will the applicant please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, sir?
Matt Taylor of SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard.
Thank you, sir.
I can see, it looks like the little picnic area was added.
Yes, sir.
But I wanted to ask about the trash compactor.
That was supposed to be removed. Is it still showing on your plan set?
Yes, sir, I'm looking at C0.3, and it's there, and I believe it's on .2 as well. Yeah. It still shows as being there.
We can get that taken off. Maybe they printed the wrong set, but it was supposed to be taken off. We were going to do the carts instead. That's what I worked out with my client.
And that's what it looks like on here, so that's why I was confused and wanted clarification, because it looks like there's an area marked out with what looks like black carts all over, but then you also have the trash compactor.
Yes, sir. That's the intention, is the carts. So we'll get the compactor taken off. I apologize.
And the mail kiosk, is that the one in the middle for the whole development?
Yes, sir.
So, well, Mr. Chairman, that was it.
Very
I
good.
have a quick question.
Please, Ms. Saunders.
I know in the last meeting we talked about an HOA for the property.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be open to adding verbiage to your CCRs to limit the number of units that can be owned by rental companies and/or rented out? I know that's a big thing right now.
I would have to ask my client about that. We've not gotten into writing the CCRs yet, to my knowledge.
Because I know there's been an instance here in LaVergne where a company came in and bought the whole development to make it a rental community. So that's why I asked. I know our HOA is looking into it.
Okay.
Changing our CCRs to
I'll certainly talk to my client and
percentage.
see what we can do there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? None. With this being its site plan, with the compactor being on there, it can come off at final, correct? Mr. Brown?
I mean, if he's willing to remove it, we'll just look at it as being removed.
Very good. With that, we'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept, submitted.
Motion to accept is submitted.
With
the understanding of the final comes back, the trash compactor will be removed.
Very good.
I will second that.
A motion
Well,
to, please.
So to accept submitted, removal of the trash compactor and qualifications from the applicant for the CCRs.
Very good. Which would come out in final.
Discussion, would that not go against us not allowing,
This is a site plan, not the final.
okay, that's fine.
You're thinking contingencies. Yeah, our second still.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Next item. Site plan, Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation, LaVergne Electrical Substation on 3.49 acres, requested by Reagan Smith and Associates. Property located at New Sanford Road and Industrial Boulevard, tax map 29, parcel 14, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation. Mr. Logan.
So this is the request for site plan approval for the substation by Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation. And this is the new LaVergne substation that would be built on Industrial Boulevard and New Sanford Road there at the corner. So you can see the property here outlined in blue. And there's a closer look at this property. It is currently vacant, and I'm sure it was mentioned 2 weeks ago that this is the neighbor to the BJ's Wholesale that's currently under development in the city. So this property is about 3.5 acres, roughly. And you can see there on the zoning, it is zoned commercial C2, and the red color signifies the C2 zoning. So it is the same zoning as the BJ's Wholesale store. And this lot is not contained in the overlay district. So you can see here the frontage. This is looking toward New Sanford Road, and the substation property is on the right. They're right at, or right before we get to the traffic signal at New Sanford and Industrial. So this is what they submitted for the workshop. that you saw 2 weeks ago. It's not vastly different, but they did submit this new one, which is on the screen now. And this is zooming into that latest plan they submitted. So you can see it's not vastly different from earlier in the month, but the detention pond's in the same place. They have noted that this screening wall would be 10 feet tall, and they're showing it now better on the perimeter. But the electric transformers and the electrical equipment, of course, is still showing the same, as is the retaining walls. And I guess that's it. There weren't many comments on this one at the workshop, so everything there was addressed, and that completes the report. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Do we have any questions or comments? Mayor Cole?
Mr. Chair, I do for the applicant.
Will the applicant please come to the podium? State your name and address for the record, sir.
Eric Parle with Reagan Smith, 315 Woodland Street, Nashville, Tennessee.
First off, can you confirm the selection y'all have for the wall for us?
Yeah, it was provided on the detail sheets. That was, I think, wall exhibit number 3 that was voted on in the workshop meeting.
Yeah, the one that was discussed?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it is number 3.
Yeah, and that
then,
image is on the detail sheet.
The other thing is, can you explain what has changed for landscaping? I know we discussed more screening, but can you just kind of explain that?
Yeah, I believe you wanted additional screening and landscaping on the east side, the right side of the plan view to screen more on BJ's side, so we provided more along that wall.
Okay, so it's more trees or bushes or?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It was similar to what we had, we just extended it the full length of that wall.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah. Sir?
No, I mean, he just explained the question we had, and he's answered it when he's put the beautification as requested.
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 9, final plat, Pride Truck Sales, Waldron Road Business Park Subdivision, re-subdivision of Lot 1, 2 lots on 13.8 acres, requested by SEC Inc., property located at 171 Industrial Boulevard, tax map 17-0, Group B, PO Parcel 5, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 131 Industrial Boulevard Holding Corp. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the final plat request for approval at the Pride Truck Sales location on Waldron Road and, or excuse me, at 171 Industrial Boulevard, but it's just off of Waldron Road. And you can see the property here. It's roughly the shape of a backward C. Here you can see the pilot station is right off of Industrial that sort of fills up the middle here. But this property is 13.1 acres approximately, and closer view shows this site. So the plan for the parking improvements that was presented a month ago and the month before that, they have withdrawn that at least until such time as they can find an architect to help with the exterior cladding. So the site plan has been withdrawn, but this plat has stayed on the agenda for the property. See the zoning here. Again, this is the dark blue, which is I-2 heavy industrial. And these are just photos from the site. That's the existing building there with that green roof, 2-story building. And of course, a lot of the trucks there that are on site that are for sale or lease. So this is the plat that was submitted for this item, and they have fulfilled all of the staff's technical comments, and there's not anything left outstanding from the workshop. So I think that will complete the report unless Mr. Brown has anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Brown?
No, everything's good.
Thank you, sir. Is the applicant here for this project? Name and address for the record, kind sir.
Matt Taylor of SEC 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard.
Thank you, sir. I think the only question I remember from workshop was the 1 and the 3 on the lots.
Yes, sir. So there is already a lot 2. I think it's to the east of us, if I remember correctly, but we did look into that. So this was a lot 1 of that plat, so we skipped over 2 because it already existed.
Very good.
I just had just a very basic question. So just to make sure I'm understanding this right, bless you.
Yes, sir.
Lot 3 is basically that whole front building and the front parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Lot 1 is essentially everything else. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I just wanted to make sure of. I don't have any other questions.
So where is lot 2? Just explain that, because it's a busy.
I believe it was to the east. I went back the next day and we pulled it up. I think it was to the east, if I'm not mistaken, Alderman. But it was originally part of a larger subdivision, and so I believe it's to the east, though.
No, that's the next one. East.
Yes.
Gotcha. Any other questions?
I make a motion to submit, to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted by Mayor Cole.
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Coates. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item. Amend the site plan, High Point 24, create overall phasing plan for Lot 1 requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.06, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by High Point 24, Phase 1 LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the request for High Point 24 to amend their site plan. So the reason this is an amendment, this site plan got approved about 18 months ago. It was April of 2021, so right at a year and a half ago. And at that time, that site plan that was approved by the Planning Commission did not have any phasing shown, probably because they may have not realized at the time or even thought down the road about how these buildings would receive a CO. So the purpose then, coming back later, is that this, if you've been out there, and I know in my photos, there's several buildings that are basically ready to be occupied, and they're not able to get COs for multiple buildings on Lot 1 because as the site plan was approved, it's a very large lot. I'm just going to jump ahead. Well, these are the pictures. You probably saw these 2 weeks ago, but so yeah, these buildings are constructed and almost, some of them are close to 100% finished. They've just, we went out there last week and developed a checklist for the buildings, but essentially what they're trying to do, so this is the latest that they submitted. So this is actually what's in your packet. So Lot 1, you probably remember, so this is Blair Road at the bottom of the screen, and Lot 1 is a really irregular lot that extends all the way to I-24 and then parallels 24, then wraps back around on the north side. So it's just an odd-shaped lot, and that happens sometimes. But the issue is that they had 4 buildings on one lot, and the COs could not be issued in that manner. So what this amendment does is it takes the entire Lot 1 and puts it into phases. So you'll have Lot 1, Phase 1, Lot 1, Phase 2, Lot 1, Phase 3, and Lot 1, Phase 4. So 1 and 2, now that you've got an idea of that, I'll go back and show. So this is Building 1. So we're on Blair Road here. So that's the building that sits up high on the hill. So that's Building 1. So that would be Lot 1, Phase 1 in the plans that you have in your packet. And then as you drive in, this building is building 2, so that would be lot 1, phase 2, and so on and so forth. So that's how this became an item, and that's how this became on the agenda the way it did. This is the zoning map. I didn't go over this, but of course it's all zoned I-2. And this image shows how lot 1 is shaped, again, with its irregular lines. Other than that, that's the change. It's not an engineering change to the site plan or an architectural change. It's just the phasing plan, and so that's the amendment. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. So with the phasing plan, they'll have to come back for us for approval for each phase. Is that correct?
Let me see. So
phase acceptance, rather.
No, this would just basically be, if you approve this, then we will know at the building codes that when he asks for a CO for lot, or building 100, which is lot 1, phase 1, we will go out and what's in the shaded area, we'll make sure all that is completed on the site plan. And then whenever he gets ready for building 200, that'll be lot 1, phase 2. When he does building 300 and so forth. And as of right now, he's ready for building 100 and 200. So basically, lot 1, phase 1 and lot 1, phase 2 is pretty much done.
Very good. Any other questions? Anyone? Thank you for the answer.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to our next item. Item number 11, bonds, letters of credit update, sir. Mr. Brown.
Everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. Everything is up to date. We did take a few of the maintenance bonds off because they were past the year period, and those, or a few of them were cash bonds, so those have been given back to the developer. Pretty much, if anybody's got any questions, we can go over them. If not, then that's about it on that item.
Well, sir, you've done a good job with it. Thank you. And our next item, item number 12, discussion, new zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations. Mr. Brown, Mr. Logan, who wants to take this?
I can take it. I don't have any real new information to add. I know some of you all saw the emails, I guess they were from last week. So, of course, there's a property owner area of town that is asking about their zoning. And so, I was out of town 2 weeks ago, so I don't really know what the discussion was about it at that time. But, of course, anybody that emails me, that individual asked me to share it with all of you all, so I did. I'm happy to do that. And I did invite that individual to the meeting. I don't know if they're here or not. Of course, they're not guaranteed that they can speak, but they're all welcome at any meeting anytime, so I did invite them and said that would at least put them in the same room with the decision makers, although they may or may not be able to speak at the podium depending on if the rules were suspended, whatnot. So that's all I have. I don't have structurally anything new to change or to add. I would say if there's some grammatical errors or a period missing, or I know maybe just a couple people have expressed that, that's something that could be cleaned up after this body's finished with it and in between the time it goes to that time and the time it appears at BOMA.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So with it being a discussion, let's have a discussion amongst ourselves in regards to the emails that were received. And is that something we can technically do? Okay, very good.
You can.
So, Ms. Sanders, if you'd like to start, we'll just go down the
I've
line.
got a couple pages of things that I wanted to go over. I went back through and read word for word the whole document again. I did mark quite a few things that we can take care of. I had a few concerns. There's still things used in the document. This may be something Evan mentioned that can be changed regardless, but the way they refer to LaVergne Planning Department, Ordinance Administrator, Planning Director, things that we don't use the same terms here unless we're thinking of changing those positions and names of those buildings, Design Review Board, things like that. Did anyone else notice that?
I remember it was in there, and we've discussed it a couple times, but yeah.
Right. And I thought that was supposed to be removed before we even got this one. I know this is a draft, but it's already marked that it's been approved by both BOMA and Planning Commission in April. Some of the other issues or questions that I had was on several pages, page 6, 7, then again on 84, it talks about compact developments, and it actually describes our traditional neighborhoods as being compact mixed use. We don't even have mixed use in all of our neighborhood zoning. So to me, that's kind of a conflict that it's being referenced that way.
And I believe that was some of the paperwork that I had turned into Mr. Logan, was that the description and the chart didn't match. I think that's what you're noticing.
Yeah, and just the fact that they're describing in multiple areas that our goal, because I think this was in our planning principles, is we wanted compact neighborhoods with open space. I don't know, to me that doesn't fit what we're trying to accomplish. So I would certainly like to see that removed as a description. The estate residential has a 25-foot setback, but even R1 has 40. So I wasn't quite sure why. I don't remember us discussing it being 25 when you have that large of an area. I would think you would want it put back even further. On page 165 for bed and breakfast, it references that the owner or manager has to reside there. I thought we had discussed that the owner had to reside there, so I would like to see manager taken out, so it matches home businesses where the owner, like live work, the owner has to live in that live work unit. So to me, I think manager should be stricken from multiple bullet points under bed and breakfast. I also thought we did away with signs in residential areas, and it has, I think, up to a 6-foot sign. And then we left out, we had discussed that meals could only be served to the guests that were staying there, and that's not in the description in here. On page 167, carnivals are allowed in the commercial, or the central commercial district, as well as the civic institutional district, and the hours are listed from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m., but group homes and independent living facilities are allowed in those areas as well. So I would think being able to stay open until midnight might be disturbing to those two particular entities. Maybe we should adjust those hours, at least if it's Monday through Friday, what might be considered work or school type hours. On page 173, where they go through home occupation, the last blurb, it almost is like something's missing. It says and then there's nothing else. That could just be a typo. I couldn't recall any other items that we wanted added to it, but I didn't know if maybe someone else had wanted something added and it didn't go in. Then on 191, page 191, we talk about wrought iron fencing. Is the only type of fencing allowed in the overlay districts. So my question is, some of the overlay districts have some estate residential. If they want to put a fence up, is that saying that all they could do, would that also apply to homes? So they couldn't have any kind of privacy fencing if they wanted it?
It'd be wrought iron fencing for the overlay.
Yeah, that's not a privacy fence though. There wouldn't be a way to make that a privacy fence, like if they had a swimming pool or something like that?
Randolph, how does fencing with swimming pools work?
1 foot tall. And obviously, if you're looking at like wrought iron, you want to make it so that you can't pass through pickets, I guess, so to speak, between in the fencing itself, but, I mean, a lot of pools you'll see are wrapped in wrought iron. So, you know, they're chain link, they're wooden privacy fence, they're vinyl privacy fence, or all kinds of fences. So the only thing that is particular about the pool is the height. 4-foot barrier.
That's just a really expensive fencing. So to put that on a resident, I thought that was a little extreme. On page 196, vinyl siding is allowed for live work, but nothing else. I don't remember us discussing that. I wouldn't think it should be allowed for live work if it's not allowed for the other types of structures. On page 198, common entrances, interior corridors for apartments and condos is part of the definition. I know that was brought up by Mr. Rutledge as safety issue. I know there's been stories on the news about it being safety issues in some areas, and we have it listed as being part of our definition. So I would like to see it removed from the definition. If someone wants to request that, we can review it, but for it to be part of the definition, to me, seems like we're encouraging people to construct their buildings that way. So those are the big items I had. The other things I've got marked in here that are just, you know, spacing, typographical, that kind of thing.
Good. I myself had turned in several items, some of which you mentioned to Mr. Logan, and I really haven't received an updated one yet since then. I'm sorry, I rephrased that. I have not received it in paper. I have read it on the computer, but there were still some discrepancies that I did see along the way. Mayor Cole, any statements? Alderman?
No, I appreciate all the comments. I mean, I think we need to keep working it forward to get it where it needs to be. I mean, get it where everyone on this board is pleased with it and can accept it and move forward with it.
Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, just the typographicals and just the different things she brought up.
So board as a whole, should we ask for, we can either have a long workshop or we can have one more special meeting where we can dedicate to this hard. How does everybody feel in regards to that?
Good either way.
I'm fine with the workshop.
I'm torn on the work. I think we possibly got more done in the special meetings than we can in a workshop because our minds were able to focus directly on that, but we're all different.
My comment would be is if you want to do special, I'm okay with that. Let's concentrate on this and get this thing together where it needs to be and get this thing put to bed.
As well, agreed. Sir?
Yeah, special workshop.
We're gonna go for one more special workshop and see if we can't get our I's dotted and our T's crossed, and we'll be in good shape.
Looking at the 15th or the 22nd, if you're looking at Tuesdays.
For December, November?
November.
For November?
Now, mind you, the 22nd is right before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Mm.
And the 15th is our workshop, regular workshop for planning commission.
Oh, it is. Oh, then we
Yeah.
have the 8th as well, then, don't we?
So,
That's board member.
Oh, no, that's election day.
yeah. Election day.
You want to leave with Bo to find out and figure a date that's going to work for not interfering with anything else?
Does Melissa need to be present?
That's up to you all.
I would
No,
appreciate
I
it.
didn't know if she,
I don't know.
I personally would appreciate it. Anyone else?
I think we need to get this pushed through, and
Yes.
we've been dragging on. Let's get everyone together and get this thing, go through it, and then let everyone mark up what we need to do, and then we get a final draft quote put together.
Very good.
The first was not a date, but if Melissa's coming, I doubt, is that a week from today?
Yeah, if the first.
So I doubt, she might be able to. Are y'all open the first?
We also have the 14th, 21st as well, which are Mondays. I don't see anything on my calendar.
I think with the changes already that Ms. Sanders has brought up, we definitely don't need to do it the first. I mean, we need to,
Yeah, I mean, it won't be ready the first.
no.
I was
are you talking about this Thursday?
Tuesday the first, the day after
It'll be
Halloween.
next week.
A week from
A
today.
week from tonight.
That'd be for a special meeting.
Yeah, that's, we don't.
We wouldn't have time to get the
advertise that.
changes made and then get back to y'all to review again. And
We don't have the legal requirements to advertise that either, so the first would not be an option.
Okay, and let me back up on that, because I don't have all the changes anyway. This is new, some new information for staff.
And we need to get information to you.
I just need page number, because what I'm doing is sending it to her in Knoxville or Jefferson City. So I can't make the changes. So that meeting in September, when I stood at the podium and I think there were 41 changes, that was all sent to her, and then she turns it around and sends it back to us, and then we email you that PDF.
Right.
So I just need a list of, can you scan that and email it to me and Jake? Of your changes?
I will give you my list. I just need to give you this because
Okay.
there's probably a change on 75% of the pages as far as
Okay.
typos or spacing or that kind of thing.
Is that the most recent PDF?
That's it's the most recent one I received, so I assume it is the most recent one.
You should have a newer version in email.
From when?
What,
That was sent
2 weeks
out
ago, 3 weeks
couple
ago?
weeks ago.
That's it.
Okay, this is it?
one,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Okay, very good. All right, so, Mr.
I'll
Logan?
get that, and then compile the list and give it to her.
I know she's working on it because she emailed me today about needing some additional information.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Logan, if you'll coordinate with Ms. Melissa and try and get us a date set for a special meeting.
That's 14th of November, and what was the second date?
Mayor?
14th or the 21st, it just depends on, let me see what the calendar, I don't see anything on my on my phone's city calendar, but you just have a quick look at the website to see what is on each of those. There's a library board meeting, it looks like on the 14th at 5, but that would be over at 6, I would think. And then the 21st would
21st
be
is
out.
great.
There's the senior citizens, Parks and Rec and Greenway
Correct.
meetings on the 21st. So probably the 14th or the 22nd.
Okay, 14th or 22nd. Okay, we'll try for one of those dates.
If you can work through that and get back with us,
Yeah.
will be greatly appreciated.
If not, we'll circle around for next month or do a long workshop.
There you go.
But before we do anything with this item, because Mr. Eady had reached out to me and asked me to make a motion to suspend the rules so that his son could speak, I'm going to formally do that based on his request.
Absolutely. So we have a motion for Mr. Eady's son,
Mr. Ryan Eady.
for Mr. Ryan Eady to speak at the podium to suspend the rules of the Planning Commission,
Just a motion to suspend the rules.
and seconded by the mayor. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Mr. Ryan, if you would please be so kind. Thank you, sir. So name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
It's Ryan Eady, 7905 Burleson Lane in Murfreesboro. Thank you for giving me a time to speak here.
Thank you, sir.
Just got a quick statement that I want to make about some property that we own. This property is 6.5 acres at the backside of the Vaughnwood subdivision at the end of Stones River Road. That land is landlocked, so to speak. We have an easement of approximately 1,250 feet going through 2 other properties to get to Stones River Road. The zoning is currently R2. I've seen pictures of that zoning being changed to the new zoning estate. So that really affects that value of our property back there. We would have 5 lots at most if the zoning was changed. Have about a half a mile of streets just to get back there to service those 5 houses. Expense would be great with the decreased value of the property that's back there. The property is currently surrounded on 2 sides by development that has 4 houses per acre approximately. I don't know that anybody would want to purchase that property. It's an investment property. If somebody wanted to purchase that, or if we decided to develop it, would want to put a house next to high-density residential area like it's currently there. And also, if it's changed to the 1 acre, the city will lose as far as taxes coming off of that amount of property, more houses. So we're asking that that be removed from the estate back to the R2, which is currently is zoned now. I have, may I?
Yes, sir.
This is the
Thank you, sir. Just make sure our staff gets one for the record.
Thank you, Rob.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. The X is the property that we own on the backside of the Vaughnwood subdivision. I've drawn a line in showing the approximate location of the easement that's coming up off of Stones River Road. And you can see that it's surrounded pretty much on 3 sides there by Lake Forest Estates, I guess is what that's called. So we're wanting to keep that property as it's currently zoned R2 instead of it being changed to the estate that is proposed.
Very good. Do we have any questions or comments? So I'm going to have a question for staff.
Okay.
This is zoned R2, because I believe our email said different.
My understanding is zoned R1.
That's what I say, I think it's R1.
It's currently R1.
Okay, I'll relook it, I looked it up and it was R2.
So, whenever I'm looking at the city's website, which is not up to date fully, I know that, but it does show that as R2.
Okay, that's where I got my information
Okay,
from.
thank you.
Sure.
We just want to lock that down that it is R2. I was under the impression that it was a different zoning. Our R2 is a little bit more easier to work with at times for us, so. Myself as a plan commissioner, once I received your email, we have a sunshine law that we cannot talk amongst each other.
Sure.
In regards to the property, but I did go to staff. Mr. Brown was kind enough to meet with me.
Okay.
And we discussed it for probably 30 minutes in the hallway. And we'll proceed forward accordingly.
Okay.
So we are listening and we are hearing you, so just
Thank
bear
you,
with
that's
us.
all we ask.
Please keep in touch with Mr. Logan.
Okay.
So that if we have a special workshop, which we just discussed, that you and your father can be there.
Sure.
And we will happily take any input from you, and you can know firsthand what's going on with your property, not only just for yourself, but any citizen is welcome to participate and give us input.
Okay.
So, but thank you very much. That is
Thank you for your
exactly
time. Appreciate
what we
it.
needed. Thank you. So we will carry that discussion on to workshop.
Back into regular rules.
Oh,
You don't have a vote. You just say we're gonna go back into regular rules.
Oh, okay. So we're going back to our regular meeting rules and suspending it so the customer could speak with us. Thank you very much once again. If there's any questions or comments from the board? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is November 1st, 2022, and it is at 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight, the prayer will be with Vice Mayor No, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Dr. Bill Burns. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our most graciously and heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with humble hearts, open minds, bowed heads. Lord, we would ask that you watch over our fair city. Thank you so much for an incredible, beautiful day in your world, because we know that without you, nothing is possible. Lord, we ask that you help this board make decisions that will benefit all of LaVergne and its citizens. And these things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Dr. Burns.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Bill Burns. I'm a retired Army doctor with 12 years prior service in the Navy. If there are any veterans here tonight, would you please raise your hand and be recognized? Okay, thank you very much. Ladies, there's a small token of appreciation I'd like you to take there and do that. Okay. All personnel in uniform and veterans, hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burns. First item is to approve the minutes from the October 6th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis with the Police Department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, you have your crime summary for the month of October in your packet here. Just like a broken record here, same thing every month. This month, we had 10 cases where motor vehicles were broken into, and all 10 of those motor vehicles were left unlocked, resulting in one firearm being stolen out of that vehicle in the hands of a criminal in the city now. Also in the package, you see activity from the officers. As you can see, our numbers are getting a whole lot better now that we are sufficiently staffed. You can see 1,382 traffic stops, 26 DUI arrests, 36 arrests for drug violations. I will add that these stats are being put online as well, so any member of the community can look at that as well. Any questions?
How's Blue Sentinel going?
I'm sorry?
Blue Sentinel, how is that going?
Blue Sentinel is going good. We're in our phase 2. Right now, we're in the process of getting the cameras installed up by I-24. That's the easiest because there's already meters on the poles there. So that's going to be the easiest. The others that we're getting put up, because there's no power or poles that we can use, we're having to kind of go back and punt and get solar panels. That's what I'm trying to say. Get solar panels for those things so we can power it that way, which I think that's the way we'll go forward in the future, to where we just use solar power to power those. But other than that, we're moving right along with that.
Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that y'all have had an opportunity to review the reports, and as you can see, there's no new trends. We're on par with everything that we do month to month. Nothing unusual to talk about within the reports. I do have a couple of things worth mentioning that are happening this week and next week, if y'all don't mind. Obviously, we know that there's a groundbreaking for new Fire Station 41. This week is a monumentous occasion. Obviously, it's long overdue, and thank you to the Board, Mayor, and Alderman for securing the funds to make that happen. Additionally, we have next week 4 recruits graduating fire school. be the first time the LaVergne Fire and Rescue has invested in a fire school itself. So with these 4 people that are graduating, 4 people that have done exceptionally well, been on campus with them multiple times in the last 10 weeks that they've been there and watched and participated in their training. Our fire instructors have been part of the recruit training, so we've not just sent somebody off to be trained, so we participated in that. It's a great partnership between Murfreesboro Fire and Rescue and Lebanon Fire Department. So it's a great product. 2 of those individuals came from our Fire Explorer program. So we've invested in this community and continue to do good work with those young people in the high school.
It's great to hear.
Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the numbers for you for the month for the Parks Department in front of you. 85 help desk tickets, 708 hours devoted to those. You see some of our projects, we're doing a little kind of a spring cleaning, fall cleaning, I guess, at the Parks Department. We're painting some offices in the shop area. You see our past events, October the 15th, we wrapped up the Fall Ball Clinic that Saturday with a scrimmage day. October 22nd, we had Goblins and Goodies followed by a zombie night. Unfortunately, we did have to cancel the movie due to the wind conditions. We are working on something in the future that hopefully we won't have to do that again. Upcoming events, Veterans Day, November the 11th. Parade of Lights and Winter Festival is December 3rd. You can see some of the events at the Senior Center upcoming. Lunch at Asuka. November 17th will be their Thanksgiving dinner. Upcoming meetings, Park and Rec on November 21st and the Greenway on the 21st. Park and Rec at 6, Greenway at 7. Veterans Day is November the 11th. That ceremony will take place at 11 o'clock at Veterans Memorial Park. Weather permitting at the Wall, if we run into some rain, we will move that to Pavilion A as we have in the past. Flags can be purchased for $10. They will be displayed during the ceremony. Those are yours to take home after the ceremony. Your veterans' information will be displayed on those. Bricks for the wall are still available. They're $35. Each brick, up to 4 lines, 21 characters per line. Forms are available on the city's webpage, or you can call the Parks office at 615-793-3224. Snow rink, we're planning on setting that back up. We plan to open up on December 1st. It'll run through the 17th. Thursday through Sunday will be the days of operation. Thursday will be 4 to 8, Saturday 12 to 8. Sunday will be from 1 to 5. That Sunday, December 4th, that 1 p.m. time slot right now is going to be limited to families with special needs. So if we have a good turnout and we need to extend that further, we will. So that's something new we're going to try this year to try to offer a little something for everyone. We're not going to have online registration this year. It's all going to be in person. I don't think the rink wasn't full enough last year to kind of warrant online registration this year. We will be accepting canned goods and unopened and unwrapped toys that we will donate those to the PD for Christmas. Any questions?
David, the size of the rink, is that increased from last year?
It will. It'll double. Well, I won't say double. It'll increase by 50%. So last year it held roughly 48 skaters is what it was rated for. So this year that number should increase. At no time last year did we have 48 skaters on there, but it will give a little more opportunity that if we do run into that, we can open it up and possibly have more toddlers out there at the same time.
Okay, and who are the guest speakers for Veterans Day, the veterans that are speaking?
They are Tabitha and Ross Howard. That's the things I did not have written down here. And I think, you may know this, I think we have one more lined up. And you're going to have to help me out with that one.
Steve?
Kathy told me, and
you and I are in the same boat?
Kathy is God sent, and it's almost like you don't worry about it.
I think when you start to lose your hair, it kind of affects your memory also. So we'll blame it on that.
Here we go. Did the other part of the rink come in?
It's supposed to be here Friday.
Okay.
It's supposed to, the delivery truck is set up to pick it up tomorrow. It's still in customs. It's been in customs for 2 weeks. So Friday is supposed to be our delivery date. So last year, there was no issue once customs released it with it getting in here within a day. I think I did skip over the parade lights and the Winter Festival. That will begin at City Hall. It ends at Veterans Park with a tree lighting, fireworks, snow rink, and craft and food vendors will be set up.
I sent you a text message or an email about Fox had put it on there that it would start at Veterans Park and go the other direction.
Yes, sir, and then in the front part of that media release, they had it right, so how it got kind of backwards at the bottom, yeah, it's beyond me.
Now, David, is Chief Beasley going to be out demonstrating his ice skating prowess like last year?
I'm gonna practice. I'm coming for you.
Is that hip recovered?
It is.
And then will Doug from Public Works, will he be doing the figure skating again this year?
That was the plan. I think he kind of offered, and I think Danny also said he was going to come out since he has a hard hat and a vest.
Nice.
So we should be
Well,
good.
they can show the lift.
Yes, sir.
I guess the only thing left is to put Michael in the Duncan booth.
One last thing before I go, I definitely would like to thank Ann Smith for her hard work and diligence, keeping our events posted and getting those pictures out to the public so they can see what a good turnout we've had. Don't want her to get overlooked, but we certainly appreciate her help. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Moving on to the Library Department, Miss Donna Bebout.
Here she comes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. For the month of October, our attendance was up. We were so excited, 2,857. And our circulation was also up, 3,115. And we also issued 85 new cards. We've had a lot of people that I met at National Night Out and Old Timers Day that have come that said they've just moved to the area and needed to get a library card. So we were very happy to accommodate them. We had 19 programs for ages birth to 17 and 5 for ages 18 and up. We're building those programs back up slowly but surely. Want to talk a little bit about our Saturday movies at the library. Those also have had really good attendance. We just watched Hocus Pocus, the original, this past Saturday. We had several children who really enjoyed that. I was vacuuming today. We always have refreshments. And I was vacuuming today, and something kept hitting, and I finally looked, and there were Skittles and M&Ms that were hid in my carpet, our carpet. So it was very interesting. So we had to get down and start picking those up, but it was fun. November the 12th, we're going to be having a Charlie Brown movie marathon, and of course, it can't be November without Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. So families, come on out, enjoy the movie. We have a wonderful TV, and it's just great to get in that meeting room and watch a good movie and have good refreshments. Tonight, I wanted to talk just a few moments about a couple of programs that we have monthly. These programs, as you know, like our story times, we have ages according to what we help present in the story times. Like on Mondays, we have homeschool story time. That's for kindergarten through 3rd grade. Miss Janice, she teaches the children the states and the capitals and the presidents. They learn it through song and dance. She reads stories that are pertinent to some of the curriculum that's going on and that they do. So it's important that we have those ages, that kindergarten through 3rd grade. We have Once Upon a Story Time on Wednesdays, and that's for our preschool children. So anyone age 2 and up to about 5 years old can come to story time, and they learn early literacy through fun songs, rhymes, puppets, stories, and so much more. And of course, through the fun of sharing books. Jammies and Stories is our one night that we have on Thursday nights at 5:30. kids and families, which we've had adults come in their pajamas, and they come and they get to listen to some great stories, and it's families of all ages. We have them from babies all the way up to grandparents, and that's just a really fun time for music, movement, dance, books, and a craft. So that's why we have these ages divided out. We understand that there are siblings that need to come along sometime, and we welcome them. But we really like to focus on the age that we are looking at that time, or that we are there for. So our Kids Crafternoon, this is one that is coordinated by a former teacher. She's a former science teacher from St. Cecilia, and this is for students grade 1st through 5th. Now, we're going to have a great program on November the 8th at 5:30. We like to do STEM in action. STEM meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So when we give them crafts such as, a little show and tell here. Okay, looks adorable, doesn't it? When you look at this, do you think of STEM? Okay, but it does. They have to take the kit that is packaged up. They have to read the directions. They have to comprehend those directions, and they have to follow the directions. And therefore, after they have done all of those things, it becomes a really fun and beautiful craft. Show it around here. So this is one of the crafts that they're going to be doing. Oops, I have a turkey stuck to a turkey here. Okay, that's the Give Thanks turkey wreath. The next thing we're going to be doing is the gliding turkey. Now, it comes in a package like this. And again, they have to open the package. There's no instructions to this one. They have to use their mind and figure out how to put it together to make a glider. When they're doing this, Miss Becky's going to be talking about aerodynamics of a glider using currents of rising air called thermals. And we have a demonstration tonight, Mayor.
You already did it.
You are, oh. Did I miss it while I was talking?
You said aerodynamics.
Oh, and it came down. All right, you need to try that again. Okay, readjust the wings, readjust the tail feathers. All right.
The air conditioning breeze, we run with that all the time.
Okay, stand and go. There we go, much better. So the mayor got the aerodynamics just right. And tonight, Miss Becky sent all of the mayor and the aldermen a kit to see if you guys can put this together. And we may have to have a contest sometime to see who can make their glider go very far. I'll get it out in a moment. Okay, so do you understand why we would like to have the grades 1st through 5th? Because we want to get those things, over to them. We want them to understand, but have fun while they're doing it. And again, if younger siblings come, we welcome them. We welcome the parents to sit beside the younger siblings and help them out. One more, and I know I'm taking long tonight, and I apologize. Teens and tweens, and that's ages 11 to 17. We're going to have a program November 17th at 5:30, and our invitation says, invite a friend and have fun being creative in our do-it-yourself gift workshop. It's a great way to make gifts for families and friends. Marta and Lauren have come up with some great creative gifts that can be given away, or they can keep themselves, but they have to be very creative in it, and they have to use their imagination. Now, please note the crafts are geared for ages teens and tweens only. We may be using rubber bands that could pop a little one's finger, or scissors, or things of this sort. So this is why we have the ages 11 through 17. All we ask of the teens and tweens who are coming to provide the laughter, and we will provide the refreshments and also the supplies. Do you have any questions? And thank you for letting me go very long tonight. No questions?
Just comments is, you're awesome.
Our team is awesome.
Your team is awesome. You always correct me on that, and I do apologize.
No worries, but you surround yourself with great people and you can do great things, and that team at the LaVergne Public Library is so creative, and it's so much fun to work with them, and that's what we do. We work together.
Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the finance report. Ms. Tanya.
All my stuff.
It's their first time, ain't it?
Welcome, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I just want to apologize. I have no cool show and tell. I'm sorry. I'll be doing the financial report for September 30th. In the general fund, expenditures exceeded revenue by $832,000. Just a reminder, property tax bills go out October 1st, so we're expecting that revenue to increase. Local sales tax was $969,000 above budget, also $198,000 above the prior year. State street aid revenues exceeded expenditures by $262,000. Stormwater fund expenditures exceeded revenue by $98,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenues exceeded expenditures by $723,000. On your second page are our bank balances. Then on our third page, we're doing comparison to prior year. The general fund revenue was down $67,000, expenditures up $65,000. Water and sewer fund revenue was up $83,000, expenses were up $172,000. And our water sewer tap fee revenue, tap fees were down $47,000. I also wanted to make you aware, today we did receive the second half of the ARPA money, which was in the amount of $5,298,000.
That is amazing.
Questions?
Thank you so much.
You have been training good, Phyllis. She did great. Yes.
I think she did better than I did.
Next up, we have Mr. Danny Campbell with the water treatment plant.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. First, I want to say thank you to David to inviting me to go ice skating. I've been practicing my triple axel, so I'll show that off. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for November. One thing I would like to mention is Infomark was able to take part in the Goblins and Goodies event on the 22nd, and we always enjoy doing the city events and taking part in that, so we appreciate the opportunity for that. Do you have any questions about our report?
As usual, can you speak to the customer complaints?
I sure can. In the month of November, we had one customer complaint for high pressure. And when our inspector went out to check the pressure, it was about 105 PSI. So we advised the customer to take a look at their pressure reducing valve. This seems to have failed in the open position, allowing too much pressure for their home.
Question, bleacher pump number 3.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, that went into alarm earlier this month for an overcurrent failure. We're currently working with Ecotech on what would be a better option, whether replacing the pump or purchasing a new smaller size pump that could work with the current SCADA upgrade project that we're going through. So we're gathering up information, speaking with the city about that and trying to find the best option for the plant that's for treatment purposes and financially responsible for that.
Thank you.
And then Danny, can you speak to the the spare super pulsator vacuum pump as far as where we are? I know that was a 6-month window, but where are we with that?
Yes, so there's been a delay in that, in the delivery of that, a postponement, so we're working with Walter A. Wood for that. They've keep updating us on, oh, it's been postponed, been postponed. The expected receipt date is the end of December at this point, so.
Okay, that's just the bearings that are bad.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir. And it's our spare, so we do still have the 2 working pumps, but we're waiting on that spare, so we have some redundancy.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading 2022-23, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion
to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-25, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 8, motion to approve a tender and completion agreement with United States Fire Insurance Company for the completion of the 24-inch water main project from the Stones River Roundabout to the water treatment plant. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved. Motion to approve a letter of intent from PG Stones River Partners for the purchase of 169 Stones River Road, Fire Station Number 41. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to approve a rental agreement with Life Point Church to use their facilities for the city's annual employee Christmas party. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item on the agenda is going to be appoint or remove board and committee members. We have the library board with 1 term vacant. We do have 1 applicant, which is Carissa Benton. Need a motion to appoint Ms. Benton.
I'll make a motion to appoint Carissa Benton.
We have a motion to appoint Carissa Benton from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Well, considering this is my last meeting, I jotted a few notes down. First of all, it's been an honor to be a part of this board. I'm proud of our work that we have done together and the things that we have accomplished to move this great city and community forward. I would like to thank the board for their confidence in me to serve and for our police, fire, and all of our staff and their hard work each day keeping our city safe and taking care of our residents. I'm so proud of the pay increases that we passed this year and hope they all know how much they are appreciated and how much that was well deserved. Again, it's been my pleasure to serve with you all. Well, most of you. I think with that being said, I think someone in purple would do a very good job and do well in this chair next month, and I encourage everyone to get out and vote. And speaking of the color purple, grape just so happens to be my favorite flavor of Kool-Aid. Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Alderman Coates.
Hope everyone enjoyed the trick or treat last night. I'd like to thank the police department for keeping our roads safe with the children around them. Appreciate that. Thank you. And not to forget Veterans Day, November the 11th. And also, make sure you come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, no.
I just want to thank Ronnie. Your second shift last Friday came out and hung out with the seniors for our Halloween party. As soon as they walked in, they got a call. They had to leave. Luckily, it was something not bad, so they were able to come back. The seniors are always glad to see men and women in uniform come in and eat with them, dance with them. And then lastly, Alderman Miss Honeycutt. Thank you for accepting the appointment. Thank you for stepping in and stepping up. I'm sorry that your job took a turn for the worse, so to speak, for this position, and it kept you from being here quite a bit. And a lot of people don't know that this is not a real demanding position, but sometimes when you're working, it is. And we do appreciate you, and I wish you and your family the best of luck. And I know you guys are looking, and you're going to be moving, so just wanted to say thanks, and I know you've made it as much as you could, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor No. I want to take a moment and thank Chief Davis and the police department for Halloween. I saw many cops out patrolling streets with blue lights. I also saw several out handing out candy from blue buckets in their car. So that is a great way to engage the community that's out and about. And I've not heard any reports of anyone getting hurt. So that's a great thing to hear. Just want to reflect. It's been 4 years, and it's been an amazing 4 years. We've had a lot of stuff done. We've gotten the CMAQ grant, and that's going to get going now that we've accepted that contract. So we will see sidewalks and crosswalks on Murfreesboro Road. We're seeing, as far as a funded project for widening South Waldron Road, and working on improvements for both Fergus and Old Nashville. We just voted tonight on getting the 24-inch water line, which was long overdue, back on track so we can get both Hollandale and Stones River repaved and looking nice. We brought in some great retail, BJ's Wholesale, Sherman Williams, Dairy Queen, and many others are announced. Pop Shelf that just opened. And so, as always, want to remind everybody, early voting is going on now through Thursday, 10 to 6. We've got Election Day a week from today, 7 to 7. You can vote anywhere in the county, so come out, vote, make your voices heard. That's what we want to hear. We want people engaged in this community. Too many times that doesn't happen until it's election time. So for me, let's keep the city moving forward in a positive direction that benefits everybody. With that, called this, oh, yes, we do need to mention that. Thank you, because Miss Ann has been working on this diligently. So part of our 50th anniversary, we have, each month, we have different items. So this one, we have the cookbook. It is available digitally on the city's website. You can download it, you can print out your own copies if you want, or just use it on a tablet, e-reader, however you would like to. Lots of great items and recipes from our residents in the community, some from our staff, and I've even heard that Ann Smith's going to start cooking some for us every so often.
Her and Phyllis.
So Bruce can greenlight that. But with that, let's have a great rest of the week. Call this meeting adjourned.